Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas abbreviated pre-market show for Friday, August the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A little bit late this morning. Sorry about that. Okay, guys, so you can hear me in the main room. Just waiting to see if anybody can hear me in the YouTube room, and then we can get going. I did notice a couple things. Affirm has earnings, and AFRM has earnings. Not a bad reaction so far. Pretty big float, 281 million in the float, up 12%. Great reaction so far to earnings. Thank you, Pepe. Oh, good. I don't have to redo YouTube. That had earnings, and also the Gap. The Gap has earnings. GAP has earnings, and actually a bit of a fade now, starting to fade a bit now underneath the VWAP, but still up 15%. Another big float. Beat raise for the. How about the Gap, William? Was that another? Was that a beat raise also? The Gap is right at the 200-day moving average, little like right at it. You see the blue line on my daily chart? That's the 200-day moving average. So it's sitting right on it now. All right. Now, interesting. There's no massive mover this morning. Normally we see in the pre-market actives up or even down. Well, not so much down over 100%, but certainly the pre-market actives up. Usually we see a few that are over 100%. So they're only 42% QNRX. If there's any news on this one, secures up to $50 million. Financing to fund rare disease pipeline shares rally. Okay, so that's your news for yeah, 2.5 million in the float, 14 million have traded, and they changed their CEO for Old Navy. Okay, and that's the Gap. Okay, AEMD is. Let's see if there's any reason for AEMD. Yeah, not too interesting right now. I mean, it popped over the VWAP, way below the VWAP now, so I don't know. So let's see if there's any news. I see Bitcoin is underneath 80K right now, so 79,200. There's the gap right here. Don't typically see and Affirm right here. I know the TNON was a bit, yeah, look at that. It was a big one. I did happen to see it this morning, up to $8, back down to 5.5 underneath the VWAP. Mm. Oh, I had the same thing happen to me. Yeah, I had the same thing happen to me with my daily chart. I had to see. There's nothing you can really do. You're going to have to. What I would do is, well, delete it. Okay, click the X, and then just copy one of the other charts that you still have. Hopefully, you still have another chart. Just copy and then change the time frame to the 5 and the 15. That'll happen to me too. And nothing. I reloaded a couple of times. Didn't matter. BCAB, BCAB. Okay, this has been beaten up because uh, they're going to be delisted. Trading suspension effective August the 31st. That's shares expected to transition to the OTC market. Sounds like a buy to me. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just commenting, getting the comments. Yeah, I guess we've got a bit of an issue. I had the one of my charts, my daily chart was a big red X through it. Nothing you can do. I don't think there's no fix. So you just have to delete the chart and hopefully duplicate one of the other charts and just change the time frame. Well, guys, I haven't had a chance to look at these sectors. So I see the SPY is basically flat right now, sitting right on the VWAP. A little star from a couple of days ago, maybe 3 or 4 days ago, was this XPON. And yeah, well, actually, it was 2 days ago. Yeah, XPON was just a great one from the, oops, better get this out of here. Yeah, great run from the trend reversals. All right, guys, we've got about 30 seconds before the 9:30 open, so let's have a great end to this week's trading week. Typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. All right, we're now open. So you guys were talking about the BRNX. Let's take a look at that. Underneath the VWAP, big pop up. Underneath the VWAP right now. A firm is on the move here, guys. A firm is on the move. AFRM, earnings play. So the high, so it's taken out last month's high. The next high on a monthly chart, anyway, is 93.20. 93.20. So on a monthly chart, it does have an ETF. Okay. Yeah, I think we do have a problem with the news. Oh, wait a minute. I've got my news back. I know I checked a couple of times in the pre-market. I didn't see news. Have you checked again? I don't know what to say, Tim. I mean, I don't rely on our news, so but I'm seeing the news is populating now. So let's see QNRX. Let's make sure. Yeah, some news is not. I agree. Some news is not. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. I think they are aware of something going on, and maybe the next bill to have a fix. I have no answer for that. Well, you should just be able to go to properties and symbol linking. Check the symbol linking. Okay, check the symbol linking. Oh, yeah. No, I'm seeing Sentinel right here. Yes. So the gap. Let me take a look at the gap right now. The gap was sitting right at the 200-day moving average, so it's a little well, it's quite a bit above it now. Pop the dollar off it now. All right, guys. Well, the gap just had a dollar drop, 26 down to 25. Again, all this is so early. Yeah, it's hit or miss, Tim. I don't know. I have no explanation why some of these tickers are not giving us news. No explanation. Man, oh man. I mean, look at the gap. I mean, trading's and this is a big float. I mean, 227, a billion, a quarter of a billion in the float, and pops all the way up to 2570, and then right back down to 2450. And this is a 2-minute chart. I mean, this is rapid action. All right. So Wendy's yesterday. So I guess the rumor, or maybe it was a pretty solid rumor, they were going to go private, and then that was let's see if there's any more news on that. I mean, it's popping right now, but that was the news yesterday. That was the reason for Wendy's downfall yesterday, but it's trying to rebound a little bit right now. Question is, do I want to take it? I know it's early. 911 is the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. Still hanging around the 805, 806 mark. Okay, I'll take a look at USAR, USAR. Yeah, it's choppy. I mean, like a lot of stocks in the first 15 minutes, this is what they do: chop up and down. I don't know if there's any news on it on the daily chart. And it looks like it's just sort of consolidating. Well, not really consolidating, but stuck in a bit of a range. Let's see any news on it. I really want to keep an eye on this Wendy's, guys, just in case. The longer it holds over 8, might have a little bit of a run in it. It's not a low float, 172 million. Well, QNRX is through the VWAP now. Low float, 2.5 million in the float through the VWAP. Morning, Shaw. Okay, so Bitcoin is a little bit weaker today, a little bit weaker, down 700, giving up eight. It's back down to 79,000, a little over 79,000. So I'm looking at some of the Bitcoin plays are starting to fade a little bit here. And BRNX just got halted, or sorry, resumed. High or low? Low. This is probably kind of ugly. Yeah, Cala just got halted on the way down. I did see Rivian here, William. Yeah, in the crawl. All right, MNSO. This could be interesting. This is well, it's not a lifetime low, but it's close to 10. And if it takes out 10, see if there's any news on this one. It's an earnings play. MNSO is an earnings play, and it is shortable for me. 1.9 million available. And there's the Rivian. You were just talking about Rivian, RIVN. Stock slipped after hours as the CFO steps down after nearly 6 years. I know you always think the CFO is more important than the CEO. Now, was this a so remain in a role as CFO over the next 2 months to ensure a seamless and thorough transition? Okay, so she wasn't booted out. Right. All right, guys. Well, Wendy's is still hanging in that at the 8 level. It's still at the VWAP right now. Okay, so holding the VWAP so far. But gold, unless you got it, if you got an interactive brokers, fine. But remember, I'm only talking for interactive brokers. I can't talk. Obviously, I cannot talk for the rest of the brokers. All right, guys. So the QNRX, what did it get up to? It got up to 626, and now, or sorry, not six, 827 or so. It looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Now there's MSFU, guys. So this must be the Microsoft Bull. Yeah, the Microsoft Bull. What's the spread like? Not good spread. Only so Microsoft. I don't know having a. It's up. This is a two timer. So Microsoft is up about 1.25%. The stock. There's my well, used to be my yeah. Meta is strong this morning. There's Met U, guys. Met U. So the high yesterday again. Met U is just another way to play Meta. You get two times the move. Plenty of volume. Spread's good. Next high is 2084 for Met U. All right, the HIMS. So the next low looking left on the daily chart for HIMS is 2970. So there's a little bit of room, but 70 cents to that low. I wouldn't be doing it now. Chasing it, but let's see if it has a little pop up and then the resumption down. I don't see any news on it. So okay, so the QNRX. So there's the 200-day moving average. So 813 is the 200-day. Maybe if it clears that. I mean, it did that earlier, but maybe if it clears that again, might get it rolling again. So I'm going to put a price alert around that area. And let's see, the next high on a weekly chart is around 1080. So there's certainly room on a weekly chart for QNRX. And they secured up to $50 million in financing to fund rare disease pipeline. A lot of volume, 21 million, 2.5 million in the float. So it's turned the float over 8.5 times. But I'm waiting. I want to see if it can take out the 200-day moving average. That's my first key area. God, look at the gap. I mean, the gap gapped, and then I broke down through. I think through the 200-day moving average again, 2398. Yeah, well, it's right there. Actually, maybe it's going to hold. The 2398 is the 200-day moving average, so it's still a little bit above that. If it broke down through that, I might have to take a look at a short. So 2378, I'm going to put a price alert for the gap. 2378, which would be just underneath the 200-day. I want to see if it gets there first. I'm sorry, did I take any what? Which stock, Ram? I haven't traded anything yet. So I guess the answer is no. But what stock were you referring to? Oh no, I didn't take that. No, way too choppy. I'm looking. I'm wanting to see a couple things. Will it hold the 200-day? And if it breaks down underneath, it might be a good short opportunity. I'm getting better. It's all on the wrist. All right, guys, the gap is getting interesting to me. There's the 200-day moving average, so it's a little bit below the 200-day moving average right now. Yes. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if it works. I have to be aware. I mean, it was a semi positive earnings release, so well, I'm short. You have to listen. I was talking about the 200-day moving average. Okay, 23.98 was the 200-day moving average. I wanted to see, number one, could it hold it, and if it didn't hold it, I was interested in taking a short. So I've covered. Again, I have to be aware. This is still a positive earnings release. So I've taken some off, but I mean, at this point now, where's the next low? I mean, it's breaking down right here. I mean, that could be an area where it could hold 23.47 or so. It's on a little parabolic on the way down. It's losing. The wave is sort of fattening. I'd much rather see a narrower wave. You're just watching this area right here, right here. I might be bailing soon. Just waiting to see if this. I'm looking at 82 or so as my out. I may resume the short though if it fails. Meanwhile, look at that PURR. All right. Well, it actually pulled back yesterday, so it got up to 14.17. Pulled. Wow, that's a pretty big pullback actually. Well, I should say not a pullback, but the close. I mean, because it got up to 14.20 and it closed down here at 12.83. So it's a little bit above now. It's of course is a more like it's a crypto play. All right, here's a cheap one, guys. BJDX getting over $1. And the next high looking left on the daily chart looks like All right, guys, because I had to redo my daily chart. I got a lot of stuff here that I don't want because I copied it from an intraday. But this is looking interesting. Where's the next high? The next high is 115. 126 is the next high. Okay, on the daily chart. If it can take that out, then the next high is way up there at 167. So BJDX could be interesting. Okay. Well, the gap, as I said, I had to be aware that the fact it was still a positive press release or positive earnings. So made a little, nothing great. Now the gap, though, let's see if it stalls at the 200-day again. All right, BJDX guys, BJDX on the move. So we're going to say what's the next high? 126. Okay, 126 is the next high on a daily chart. See if it gets there. And if it does that, okay, guys, just looking at a couple of stocks on my thumbnail stocks, my other monitor. See if there's anything interesting happening. Well, you can see exactly what happened to BJDX. It stalled. William said called it at 128. I was sort of suggesting that daily high, a daily high of 126, and what did it get to? It got to 124. So you know what, guys? Give me a moment here. I just have to. I want to get rid of some of these indicators. So I don't care about the VWAP here. Okay, you know what? Yeah, there. Okay, there's gone. Yeah, I don't care about the VWAP on this daily chart. I can see it right here. Boy, look at that BJDX. Yeah, only 483% at Interactive Brokers anyway, William, for BJDX in terms of the fees. I don't know what they were at E-Trade or Fidelity. You know, guys, this one a few years ago was a super active trader, the Finger FNGR. If I look back here, I remember this one up to $10 back in 2022. Very active. I remember these 2 months, massive moves over the 2 months from 76 cents up to $10. Not a lot on the long side here, guys, in terms of the reversals. Now there's Wendy's. It's still hanging in there. 806, 807 on the bid ask. Remember now, the yellow is a suggestion to short. Do I think that WCT could be a squeeze today? Ryan in our YouTube room, WTC, American. Um, oh, sorry, WCT. I typed it in wrong. Yeah, I don't look at stocks typically under a dollar. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's down 28%. I mean, it's got a high short float, but it's also down 28%. So typically, when you talk about a squeeze, you're talking about something that's ripping higher. So I don't know how to answer that. Could it be? I mean, could it turn around? I guess, but it is down 28%. China stock. Now, this is the one that I loved 2 days ago. Xpon. Let's see if this. Now, this is a very low float. 920 was the alert. And just because I get an alert here doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. Spread is not great right now. In fact, it's not great at all. In fact, it's terrible. Well, see how it just tightened, but you see how it just widened. It's a little, it makes me a little nervous when I see that. I mean, it may just rip from here, and yeah, I mean it's doing it, but that widening spread just kept me out. Unfortunately, had it not done that, probably would have taken some. Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, that was so quick up to got up to 951, and then it pulled all the way back down to nine. Yeah, isn't he? It's not Jackson Hole, is it, or is it? It is in Jackson Hole. Okay. Wendy's, are you still hanging around eight? Hmm. All right, guys, I've taken some. Okay. Pretty tight stop on it. Going. Let's see it get down below eight. Let's see if it has any run in it. And this is Wendy's. The bad news yesterday about some kind of a privatization deal, I guess, falling apart, maybe. I think the X-Pond's going to drive me crazy. I'm not expecting a massive move for Wendy's. It's just, but there obviously it has room. But the reason why it was down yesterday is still there. All right, guys, it is now 10:03, so I'm going to go over my homepage. First time today. Just give me a moment, guys. Got to answer some of the trade ideas. All right, on my homepage. On my homepage, which I'm going to put the link in right now. All right, so at the top here is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. We have two promo codes going right now. Give me a moment here. So listen carefully, please. If you're willing to take out a premium subscription, you can get 28% off the first month only or the entire year, okay? Using this code, Barry28. And, you got to make sure, especially on the annual. I mean, you want to try us for a month. The premium, get 28% off. That's fine. Remember, it's the first month only. You get that discount. But if you don't know this program, please don't take on an annual subscription, either premium or standard, okay? And standard, if you want the standard, then you can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And that's 15% off the first month only, okay? All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. If you use my code, it helps to keep these rooms free. The company tracks the use of the promo codes. So again, if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and also the main room right here, the trading room, okay? For the trading room, some benefits in here. It's free also, but it's also open at 7 o'clock. Okay. I don't know what time you open it today, William, but say by 7 o'clock usually. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, this is the room. It's free. I get on the mic most of the time. I know it was a little later today, between 9 and 9:15. I don't open the room 7 o'clock. Why? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thanks, William, for doing that. He's in the East Coast time zone. Now I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, but after I leave, many times William has kept the room open after off to find out what he wants to do today. You keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week, and you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So click on my if education. Click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info. So if you're taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this to start, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. So this is what I was saying. Before I would take out a subscription though, start off with that second video, go to the end. It'll give you an idea about what the program is capable of. Why would you take out a subscription to something you don't know anything about? I see the emails come in. I took out a subscription, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I don't know what it does for me. So why don't you start off with that second video, go to the end, at least it's going to give you an idea, okay? And then at that point, you can make up your mind. Maybe it's for you, maybe it's not. You can try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe, okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, including races and scans, look at my homepage link, middle section right here. Here they are. So this race right here, which is a very volatile race right here. This is right. This is the one right here. I'm now some of these I don't have up and running, but I'm still sharing them. Okay. So if you're looking for more of a large cap race as opposed to a volatile race, it's right here. Upside versus downside movers is here. This is my sort of my go-to scan, really. My daily trend reversals is right here. It's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Here are the halts resumes, and here are some other scans that I'm currently sharing. Both of these rooms that I'm moderating are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, I will do my best to answer. Okay, don't be shy. Ask questions. Keeps me engaged. Excellent. Ganymede Securities Core. Thank you very much. Speaking of which, wow, there were shares available. That's a great short from our AI right now. That's a great short. 142 was the alert to short. It's at 114 now. I mean, that's a great percentage move. Boy, look at the X bond. Again, I would have been in it except for that spread. I don't know what the spread is right now. It's fine. 4 cent spread right now. Even a 10-cent spread on a stock that is so active is not the end of the world. Okay, guys, I think I'm bailing on the Wendy's. I don't like the way it's trading now. Yeah, so I'm out of the Wendy's, guys. Well, puny little loss on it. I was hoping it would look like it wanted to take out that 810 briefly, but no. I may take a look at it later. And I'll be honest, as I try always to be honest. Um, the bouncers or the reverse, especially the bounces. Okay, the potential reversals on. For me, they work better as long as there wasn't some devastating news the day before. Okay, I think this scan works really well. If the market was down yesterday, I can't even remember if it was down, but if it was really down yesterday, and so stocks are moving down, not for any specific reason, that's just the overall market, and then the market's up today. Those sort of reversal plays I find are much better. Okay, because Wendy's had the bad news, so that's still baked in, even though it's trying to bounce a bit today. If that makes sense. Yeah, the SPY is dropping also. So, like any sort of a reversal or a potential bounce play, you want to have the market. Not it doesn't have to be ripping higher, but you don't want to see it doing this, if especially if a stock is kind of moving with the market. Well, look at UMAC here. So UMAC, the next low looking left is 2320, 23, 23, 2316 or so, 2325 actually. Oh, look at the XCon. Mm, that's too bad. Well, I'm sure some of you might have taken it from the scan. Only two on the long side today. No, I still may look at Wendy's later on, but it's I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Yeah, I didn't have a chance because I was so late getting into the room today. I didn't have a chance to look at these sectors. Yeah, so Nvidia obviously dropping here, guys. So here's how you if you thought I know that there's probably a short NVDS maybe NVDS. That's the short for Nvidia. Yeah. So if you thought Nvidia was going to keep moving down, the spread's only a penny. You'll get 1.5 times the move. Okay. So if you thought Nvidia was going to keep moving down, you could buy this one, and that's like shorting Nvidia. Except you'll get 1.5 times the move. So if Nvidia drops 1%, this will go up 1.5%. It'll be a 1.5% move. But if Nvidia starts to rally, this will move down. So just so you're aware of what these company ETFs are all about. And of course, the attraction is that it's so a lot cheaper. Yeah, look at Wendy's. You miserable. Just a minute before I say something bad. But only two on the suggested long side today. Ew, was that a good short? That was a good short. KZIA, a good short. 1460, 1421. Got to flip my script in my head and concentrate more on these short opportunities now. Not enough volume. 199,000 shares, and the spread is not good. That's for XRP. This is the long, but you can short these, assuming your broker has shorts. Not very many shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Only 12,000. So need something with a little more volume. Boy, this one got slammed down. This is VISN. I don't. This got absolutely slammed down. All-time low now. Is there any news on this one? VISN. VISN. It's not an earnings play. It had earnings on the 6th. Anybody see any news on this one? That's a massive move down. I mean, 44%. That's a massive move down, guys. And it really wasn't doing that in the pre-market. Or maybe it was. Oh boy, look at Xpon, guys, and look at Wendy's. Okay. Both of these two long plays right now, especially the Xpon, morning Siva. All right, Kate. Ooh, KXIN. I didn't see this. Well, I didn't really see the halt. 107 opening at 130 now. Now coming, you would think maybe into some resistance, looking at that 10-minute chart pre-market. So are you talking about the buy and sell flags, Siva, that you see on my chart here? Because you cannot. If you're talking about, but are you talking about the buy or sell flags that I'm pointing at? You cannot get an alert when you get one. Unfortunately, no. It's been often asked, and it'll be continuing. I don't know when or if the company's going to be able to do it. Well, in general, well, you okay. I mean, depends if you're talking okay specifically about these buy and sell flags, but you're not going to get, I mean, all these scans, like the XPON, okay? XPON had an alert at 920 for me, okay? So if you've taken it at 920, and it's 1064 now. Granted, for me, the spread was terrible, and that's why I backed off. So, I mean, you have to have some trading experience, I guess. Not I guess, you have to have some trading experience. So you're not going to, so there's not going to be something that's going to say, yes, buy this right now. Oh, next dividend. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I did not catch that. Thank you, William. No, you cannot automate it. That's the issue. Well, you say when you say automated, you mean can you set up a scan that when there's a buyer or sell flag showing up, you'll get a real time alert? If that's your question, no, you can't. If you're talking about auto trading, well, it's the same thing. I mean, I guess a stock reversing, you have to have some trading experience, I guess. Not, I guess. I keep saying, I guess. I mean, reversals are probably the most, for me anyway, like bounces and reversals are probably the most difficult types of trades because, after the fact it looks so obvious, yeah, I should have taken this short if you had X-Bond shorts right up there. It was so obvious. Not necessarily. So, I mean, I've got a bouncers and topper scan that I can give you. Okay. That, looking for stocks that might be, this is a stock that might be bouncing at some point. Okay. Because look how many, look how much it's meeting all the filter requirements, certain number of 5-minute candles down below the RSI of 22, I think, etc. But no. Okay. So there's no automation of Holly. Okay. There's no automation of the AI at all. The only automation is you have to have your own scan, create your own scan, okay? And if you have and back tested, and if you're very comfortable that you want to take every alert that comes into the scan, then you can do that. But you cannot. There's no automation of the AI. So thank you, William. So that's the reason, okay, for the VISN. Okay, well, I can give you the scan if you want the bouncers toppers. Well, highly volatile stocks. I mean, you can take a look at this: the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Are you sort of new to this program? Because the number one filter to use is the relative volume filter. Okay, but on my homepage, give me a moment. On my homepage, you can take a look at the. On my homepage, you can take a look at the momentum scan. I mean, that's probably the scroll down a bit. Go to the custom scan or the view the scans, and there it is, the momentum scan. That is, these are volatile stocks. Okay, stocks trading at now 10 to 40. You can adjust the price range. Okay, to your price range you want. I don't even know what the price range is. I don't have this one open right now, but you can have that one, and that's going to definitely give you volatile stocks. Okay, This is but this one right here. I mean, this is a different way of presenting our data, but I mean, these are volatile stocks too. This is that, and that's the upside versus downside movers. I mean, you look, the relative volume is 59 right now. That means it's trading 59 times normal up to this time of day. Hey guys, I got to do my little trick again. The task manager, and getting rid of the EpiPen, and then I bring it back, and then these things will drop again. Well, relative volume is going to show you stocks that are trading abnormally volume-wise. Okay, that's the number one thing. It's probably the most powerful filter we have. That is, to zero in on stocks that are trading very abnormally. Now, just because a stock is trading abnormally, you get an alert and it's moving higher doesn't necessarily mean it's going to continue. But I would look at the momentum filter, okay, or the momentum scan. Definitely look at that one. There's a lot of scans there. Yeah, Steve, I have a lot of scans there. All right, guys. Well, I got to find something now. Well, I don't got it. CYCU. I haven't seen this one for a while. Is this really up this amount, or did they do a reverse split? Yeah, I see. I just there's something I don't know why. We've got two different providers. One for the chart. Typically, I mean, 99% of the time it's going to be fine. But when a stock does a reverse split, so this is not up 767%. It's up 8%. So give me a moment. I have to alert the guys to this. All right, it's my pet peeve, guys. I mean, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes when a stock has a reverse split, for whatever reason, we've got two different providers. All right, guys. So the CYCU, is there any news on this one other than the fact I'm sure it did a reverse split? Let's see if we have our news on this one. No. So, Okay, guys, let's see now. Let's see if there's anything. Hi, HYMC. Is that Highcroft? Yeah, I definitely got my short hat on today. Ugh, trading's easy, isn't it? So look at KXIN. Got halted at the first time it was halted was at 107. Came out of the halt, got up to 130, and then it back down to 89 cents. All right, so the uranium miners now are starting to give it up. What's the volume on this? 350. I think URA is better. Let's take a look at URA. Better, better in that there's more volume. Go to the scans. Okay, scroll down and go to the scan section. Okay, Siva, just so when you click on the link, scroll down, you get to the scan section right here. View the scans, and here they are. Okay, here they are. There's the momentum scan. I suggest you to take a look at that. It's not my watch list. Don't go to the charts. Don't go to the channel. I'm directing you to my home page. Okay. Okay. Okay, Siva, please listen carefully. Okay. When you click on my homepage link, this is where you should get to. Okay. You should see right at the very top. That's me. Okay. That's me. Nothing to do with the desktop. I put the link in, my homepage link in. I'll put it in again. Okay. So click on the link. You should be brought to this page right here, and you scroll down until you get to the scan section. Okay. Nothing to do. This is my web. This is my home page. Okay. And here is where you have the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So is this an earnings play for this company app? Take a look. Well, that'd be a nice, I know I said this before, but that'd be a nice addition. Okay, so yeah, so there, it's not an earnings play. It had earnings in on August the 5th. So if you wanted to play this one, a lot cheaper, $14 instead of a $300 stock. Again, I'm not saying to do it. Understand? I'm just pointing this out as it's too bad I didn't see this here as it broke down, as it got into the VWAP, and the VWAP held it. This is a two timer, so the stock itself is up 5%. This is up 10%. That was not good, was it? The QNRX, well, good. I mean, it was good for a while if you got in at the right point, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Ugh, no kidding, Expon down, almost like they announced the financing. That's pretty miserable. Just looking to see if there's any financing news on it. But again, it's just the fact that it's a low float, 650,000 shares in the float. That's what gives it the volatility. Now the gap is starting to move down again. Let me see if I want to reshort that. Probably need the market to be moving down also. Well, there's the Micron. Yeah, wow. I mean, so Micron, the stock is only up 1%, but MUU, but it has been, yeah, pretty whippy. Held the VWAP. This is, again, the two timer for Micron. 1 cent, 1 cent spread, so it's fine. You get ready, guys. Last pour of the week. Yeah, the last little dribs and drabs. There you go. And here's a Netflix long also, NFXL. So Netflix, another a company ETF for Netflix. God, you guys again easily amused. Okay, guys. Now Bitcoin is coming back. I'm noticing Bitcoin is coming back. I take a look at IBIT. Still negative for the day, but is coming back from the lows here. Again, this is the ETF for Bitcoin. Yeah, some of the big guys are moving here. Amazon, it's got to be an Amazon two timer. Yeah, Amazon. Again, what's the attraction of these? Well, look how cheap this is compared to the stock Amazon. AM is AM AMZN. I mean, Amazon is what, $260? Moment, please. Wendy's, you're sort of doing what I was hoping you were going to do when I was with you. So when you say I don't see what you see, Siva, what do you mean by that exactly? There's Wendy's right there making a new high. I don't know what you mean. Well, you got to load. Well, did you load the scan? You have to load one of the scans, right? You say it does not pull up a list of stocks. Well, did you what scan did you load? The momentum scan? Because it's possible that, it's not triggering anything. You can't send a screenshot shot in YouTube. You could come to the main room, and then you can. But okay, what scan did you load? Just give me an idea. What scan did you load? Was it the momentum scan? Can you tell me which scan you loaded? Okay, the Siva in, are you okay? So you have to understand that when you load one of my scans, well, I'll load it right now. Okay, I'll load it right now, and hopefully I'll be able to explain. You're not going to get a list of stocks. What's going to happen is when you load it is when you will start to get some stocks. Okay, but what has to happen is, so the momentum scan. So I'm going to open the scan. Yeah. So there's only right. You're not going to get a list. Number one, it's only going to show you the last one that ever triggered. So one did trigger at 10:40. Okay, and your list will start assuming stocks meet the filter requirements. Understand that. I mean, this is an well, an alert. I know it says multi-strategy, but until another stock meets the filter requirements, and if you so the stock has to be between one and $100. The current volume has to be at least 20, meaning it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal. Volume has to be at least 500,000 shares. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. In the last 5 minutes, 400% are normal, and it's got to be up 2% from yesterday's close. Those are the filters I'm using. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So that's why you're not going to get necessarily a bunch of stocks. Now, the reason why you're getting more now, well, at any rate, understand, okay? So that's why you just have to wait for the alerts to happen, and they're not going to, you're just not going to, I mean, the filter values have to be met before you get an alert. But the whole idea of trade ideas also is that you can adjust that, to your trading style. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe there are other things you don't like. You can create your own scan based on your trading style. I mean, the fact that that's what I've got doesn't mean that has to be what you want to see necessarily. So when you say anyone, Vlad, AEMD, well, for what? A bounce? Because right now, I mean, it's still up, yes, but it has been fading badly. Not available for me anyway to short sell at Interactive Brokers, but oh, okay. The bouncer's topper, sure. Now I'm not using the. I know I have the AI version. I don't have that up and running. So what do you mean by scalping exactly, Siva? And there's no channel that is designed, for like specifically for scalping. But what do you mean by scalping? You try like taking 10,000 shares of a stock that goes up 2 or 3 cents or 4 cents, and I mean that's somebody's idea of scalping. But what is your idea? Like what do you consider scalping? So there's no we don't have like a channel for scalping. I mean, but I mean if you're gonna scalp, you want to have. Well, you could take that momentum scan and okay. Well, do you know how to adjust a scan? I mean, you've got my momentum scan. Just make the change. To under $50. Like you should have an idea about you can create your own scan, right? I mean, you can go to the new, click on new, and an alert window. Okay. I mean, I'll build one for you. Okay, I will do it. But if you're a member of Trade Ideas, you should know how to do this. To create your own scans, not having to depend on anybody else. Myself, I don't mind giving you my scans, but you should learn how to build your own. So let's start. Okay. So what is your price range? What's the price range you want? Under 50, yes. Okay. So I'll put a max of 50. And then what's the minimum? What over 20? Okay. So you want between 20 and 50? Okay. Well, just okay. So the relative volume, you want it to be two, minimum two. So are we good right now? Between 20 and 50. Relative volume is two. What else? What about a minimum volume? Like a minimum volume, just because the relative volume could be two, but now you probably want to have a minimum volume over 2 million shares. Okay, so here we're building it right in the summary. We've got the price between 20 and 50. The current volume is at least two. The volume is at least 2 million shares. Okay, what about the float? You want a low float stock? Like what is? Well, you see, this is stuff that you really should learn how to do all this stuff. I mean, it's if you've gone through the videos, how to create your own scan, because you can see. I mean, once you get used to it, I mean, you see how simple it is. Really, it's just taking things from a menu. So okay, so what is your idea of a low float? Maximum of what? So what's your idea of a low float? Well, okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, oh, I see, Shaw. Yeah, I mean, some like Jamie, you're right. I mean, but he's taken a lot of shares. But what is your idea of a low float, Stephen? What is the maximum that you want? Well, when you say you use any, I don't know what that. Okay, that's a short float percent. Okay, I'm talking about the float itself. Like what is the? Well, 20% is not the short. That's not the number of shares, of course. That could be the short float percent. Okay, we can add that. Then the short float percent. So you want to have a minimum of 20% of the float is short. Okay, okay. Now you want to float over a million, but what's the max? What's the max? 10 million? I mean, you have to help me here because I mean, I don't know what you consider is a low float. You say you want it over a million, but what's the max? I'm just going to do it myself. Okay, I'm going to put 10 million. Oops, as the max. You can always adjust it later. I'm going to give you this one, okay? So we've got price between 20 and 50. We got have the current volume at least two. We have the volume today is at least 2 million shares. Is that right? 2 million, or did you say 1 million? Okay, you said 2 million. Okay, the short float has to be at least 20%, and the value is between and this float number of shares is between 1 and 10 million. Okay, so here are the filters. Now, what's your trigger? Like you have to have a trigger. Okay, like a trigger, like a new high of the day, ATR over one. Okay, okay, average true range, minimum of one. Okay, change from the close. Okay, minimum of 3%. Okay, you were building it. Anything else? But now you need a trigger though. Okay, we created an alert window. So if all these filters are satisfied, what is going to be your trigger? Like a new high of the day, new 5 minute high, a new we have all these different triggers. Okay, new high that I mean these are all the real time alerts we've got. Okay, I'm not you don't have to learn them all, but that very top, the new high of the day, new low of the day. So we need you got to pick one. 1 minute high. Let me see if we have a 1 minute high. Yeah, I think the minimum is going to be a 5 minute high. I don't think we've got. Yeah, the minimum is going to be a 5 minute high. Okay, a new 5 minute high. Okay, so we're going to add that then. Add the alert. So I check it. Let's see now. Let's see how it's being built or what it looks like now. Okay. Well, the float. I mean, 100 million is not a low float, but I mean, listen. I'll do anything you want. I'll put 100 million then. Okay. So the value between 1 million and 100 million. But you know what? I'm going to give this to you, and then you can adjust it. Okay, you can make the adjustments. Okay, you can make the adjustments because what might happen is maybe you're getting too many alerts. In which case, maybe you want to up the current volume. Maybe you're not getting enough. There's no magic formula about well, this is going to absolutely produce exactly what you want. But I'll change it to 20 million. Okay, and I'll call it Siva. Okay. So I'm going to give you this, and you can play around with this. Okay. So right now, just out of curiosity, let me see on the history. Did we get anything? Right now, there's nothing. No fit now. The market now. There's nothing met the filter requirements. So now it's going to be up to you to make some changes. Okay. I can't tell you what to change exactly. I mean, maybe the float, the short float, 20%. Okay, but that's the whole idea. Now I'm going to give it to you, and then you can play around with this. And but right now, I just did a history, and no stocks met all these. No, I do not. I do not do paid coaching sessions. No. Okay, I'll just try one thing. Okay, I want to see if I just change one thing. Get rid of the short float, just out of curiosity. See if that brings in anything. Still nothing. Let me reduce the volume. Okay, so I had to reduce the volume to minimum 100, and then, but I mean, the volume itself is still pretty. So but that's the exercise you have to go through. Okay, I cannot, if you're asking me, well, what scan is going to give me the best possible results? I have no idea. Okay, I mean, because what gives you great results for this week, maybe next week it doesn't, then you have to fiddle around with the scan with the filter values sometimes. Okay, so the volume here was 860,000. So I'm going to give it to you, and you can just and play around with it. Okay, only you can do this. I mean, I cannot tell you what values to use. Well, somebody asked me about WCT earlier, and now it is ripping. Says Smokey the Bear. Well, this is going to get halted. It's going to get halted. Almost 100. There we go. There's your halt right there. Well, obviously it's got room. Okay. Obviously it's got some room. Is this the first halt of the day? It is the first halt of the day. So this may give me a trade. What has to happen when it opens, it can pop a little bit above the 116, but then if it comes down below the 116 and then pops above it, I may take the trade. Or it could open a little bit below the 116 and then go through the 116. I may take the trade. This is not a suggestion to do the same thing. By the way, this blue window you see here has nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Of course, showing me the halt price in red. This column trying to show me where it could open. Now, if it has if it opens like 130, I'm not chasing it. Yeah, and by the way, Siva, there's nothing wrong with having a scan that doesn't produce that many alerts. You're right. Too much information coming at you all day long is, it's a killer. I probably have a little too much. The only reason I have a little too much is because, I'm moderating a room. And so I'm trying to demonstrate different ideas or ways to use trade ideas. always. So that's why I have a race here. This one here is the upside versus downside movers, basically taking two competing scans and saying, okay, with very similar filters in each scan, show me stocks making new highs of the day versus stocks in red making new lows of the day. Okay, keep waiting to see if this one can take out 10 MNSO. It's an earnings play. As long as you have a stop, gold mine, for the SpaceX. All right, let's see if XPON has any. I don't think so. I mean, I'm looking for the bounce potential. It would have to get over the VWAP, kind of take out the VWAP, maybe hover around, and then move from there. Doesn't look like it's going to do that for a while anyway, if at all. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:02. It's been a fast morning. Enjoy the questions. Two non-consequential trades for me so far. Now, the WCT, did it open yet? Did not open yet. What time did it get halted? Yeah, so if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:03 plus 6 seconds. And it's really no big clue as to where it's going to open. You know, that column right there is trying to show you where it could open. No big clue. Whoop, it just opened, guys, and underneath. Now, did that really open? Well, my order entry in my interactive brokers is still sort of stuck at 117, but yeah, it did open 102, and now it's now. So that's why you wait. That is why you wait. Well, it's just that with the SpaceX, as long as you have a halt, as long as you have a stop. Though I do understand some people might take 100 shares of SpaceX and just say, you know what, if I mean it's not going to go to zero, but I'm going to hold it for 10 years. You know, I get it. Well, Hertz now doesn't have enough room for me. HTZ does not have enough room for me. The next high is 228. Sun B, yeah, Sun B is showing up on my bouncers, top, wow, pretty, uh, kind of, it's a, don't know too much about this company. It's a rental company, okay? Not an earnings play. Boy, look at the daily chart on this one. 85. So what? 3 weeks or so from 85 down to 71, almost like straight down. Has earnings coming up in September. Solar Edge. What did this one do? The next low looking left is 31.38. A little bit of room, not a ton of room to the next low if we wanted to short this one. But again, I don't like the pattern. I mean, the trend is down, of course, but it's a little too choppy for me. Well, let's see. Where's the next low in this one? URA. I mean, uranium plays were very, very powerful for about 3 days straight up. A little pause yesterday, and now we're almost at the low there, or maybe we're at that low. 46.34, so it's a little bit below that low, and then the next low is 45.14. So about $1 to that next low. And this is the uranium ETF. Again, not, I mean, at here, there was the trade right here. At this point now, it's sort of meandering. Okay, so this ESTC, yeah, this is an earnings play also, and it is basically, since the outset, just been moving down, down, down. Still positive for the day, but has been fading most of the day. Just check out that 2 minute. No blue. No, there's no blue in the 2 minute chart. It's all orange. The AFRM, I haven't. I know. Well, I looked at it this morning, but yeah. What's the ETF? What's the company ETF for that? I think William said there's a company ETF for that one. AFRU. AFRU. Yeah, 2 time long, so you can short this one. There are shorts. There must be. I'm sure there must be shorts available for this. This is a 2 time long, so you can short it though. I'm gonna have to load it again. It wasn't showing me how many shares were available. AFRU. Well, you know what? There's only 1,900 shares. Yeah, only 1,900 at Interactive Brokers. What's the spread on this? Not terrible. 41.48. Not terrible. Yeah, it is pretty thin. I mean, not a lot, not a ton of volume. I mean, and the stock is still up a little over 6%. So, I mean, it is not like stock. Well, I mean, the stock has been basically moving down since the open, but it's still up 6%. Oh no, I'm not. I'm just saying have a stop, like any other trade. Regarding SpaceX, just I was saying have a stop, but I know some people might take I don't know 50, 100 shares and hold for 10 years. I understand that they don't care. They're just going to try to see if they get that massive move down the road. That's all. I'm not saying don't hold it. I'm just saying in general, though, it's always a good idea to have a stop. Well, here's a reversal. It's not showing up here because it's not in here because it's not at the high. It's not taking out the high of yesterday, but bit of a reversal going here for Dave and Buster's play. And obviously, it's got a little bit of room, about 30 cents to that high of yesterday. So the nukes and the uranium plays are down today. This is the OKLO. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm just going to confirm. Yeah, it's Andy. Andy will be taking over from me in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes from now as I take my break. What did I say, Hermes? I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, 4 a.m. is that's when we start getting our data. The room is not open at 4 a.m. I'm amazed at that, William. It's still those Fidelity and E-Trade, Interactive Brokers. They definitely. I mean, they're definitely ready to go at 4 a.m. Yeah. I mean, IB's been like that for a long, 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 long time. I mean, we started getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. I don't know how long ago. Several years ago. 4, 5, 6. I don't know. I can't remember when we started getting our data stream coming in at 4 a.m. And that was mainly because Interactive Brokers was doing it. And, a lot of our customers have Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, IB can trade, in theory, 23 hours a day, a lot of the large cap. Yeah, it'll be really interesting when it's sort of 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. I don't think they'll be doing it on the weekends. The reason why is that depending on how much international action we get, which I think we're going to get a lot, you won't see the big gappers anymore. I don't even know how they're going to like how are they going to say, well, stock is up 3%, 3% from what, or 5% from what? I don't know how that's going to happen. But what about the retail? I'm talking about the retail guys, William, around the world. Well, Bitcoin's a good example. For instance, ever like a close on Bitcoin saying it's up this amount or down? I mean, I have it here because at Interactive Brokers, it's just telling me because I guess they cut off at 8 o'clock or so. It's telling me it's down $500. But does Bitcoin actually have? It's like how do you know? Like what on what basis is Bitcoin? I'm talking. I'm not talking about IBIT. I mean, we can say that we can see IBIT is down like 30 cents from yesterday's close, but Bitcoin doesn't close. So, but I'm with William. I mean, when we go to 24, 23 hours a day constantly, I'm sure I won't be doing this. Isn't it supposed to start in November? Could be it for me. So, guys, this Jen is showing is getting close to that red line on the chart is actually the next high on a daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart, but it was I don't know what month it was. It was probably well, it was this month right here. Last year, August of last year, there's a daily high within that month at 31.58. So that could stall it. Oh, I haven't. Vide Noir. I really don't know. I mean, does it? I mean, look, the bears out there have been constantly talking about a big pullback. I mean, the debt, of course, in the states. I mean, but it hasn't happened. So I have no idea. I really don't. And because when you say I'm watching the market for years, yeah, but it's intraday market, not so much the macro market. I'm just all I concentrate is on the intraday market. So that's a question from our YouTube room. because I've watched the market for years, does it look ready for a more significant pullback? To me, opinion, I really don't have an opinion. I mean, we've been just every time people say, well, that's it. There's a SPY. Take a look at the SPY on the weekly chart. Look fairly bleak right here a few weeks ago, right? Looked like, okay, well, I guess that's it. But then it stopped and we're at basically an all-time high. So there can be a complete disconnect between what the market does and fundamentals, of course. All right, guys, it's 1:21, so in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking a break. What do you think, V-Day? How about, what do you think about the market looking ready for a more significant pullback? Okay, Nike, guys. NKE, which I'm still stunned at the price it is. 39.46, that's the next high. Well, right now the SPY's at an all-time high. So, I mean, in theory, but if you go under all the, I mean, there is the all-time high, I guess, right? 780, right here, a couple of weeks ago. I guess that's the all-time high. I mean, yeah, I mean, the rational view would be, well, how can this keep continuing? But it has. At some point, sure, somebody's going to be right who's predicting a big collapse in the SPY. At some point, I guess. But I honestly don't have an opinion when it's going to happen, if it's going to happen. Because these people for years who have been predicting it have been wrong. Eventually, will they be right? For a while, sure. Your pulse resumes, does not update in time. Which one did I notice that WCT for me and Interactive Brokers seemed to be a little bit weird, but is it all of them, Elias? I mean, it should be all of them. Um, like which one didn't? Just out of curiosity, because I'm looking here, like KXIN was halted at 10:24 and it resumed 5 minutes later, which that's the typical. This one WCT halted, opened 5 minutes later. I'm getting this. What were you getting for WCT? An example. Give me an example of something that you don't think updated in time, so I can check on mine to see if. And William says his was fine. Also, that doesn't help me though. Having to toggle between two different time lapses to get updates. I, yeah, I don't know. Are you using mine? Are you using mine for my homepage? Well, then that makes it even stranger because if you're using mine, I mean, you can see on mine that everything was perfect. I mean, in terms of the typical 5 minute halts. I'm just looking on. It's right on, bang on 5 minutes. So the only thing I can think of, maybe load it again. Exit out and load it again. Yeah, I have no. If you're using mine and mine is working fine and others are it's working fine, it's hard for me to know why yours wouldn't be. The only thing, if you want to, I mean, you can put the cloud link in and I'll look at it. But real time. If you loaded it for me, I mean that's what it would have said, real time. See, if you have it on today, it'll give you the history of today. But you should have it checked real time. If you don't have it checked real time, maybe that's it. But you would have had to make a conscious decision not to because that's what it is on my homepage. Okay. So it was on real time. It was real time. Well, understand if you deleted this and it came back, you're not going to see all the previous ones. It's only going to give you the last one. Okay. It's only going to give you the last one. If you load one of my scans now, you're not going to get everything that happened previous to when you're loading it. Like right now, it's 11:27. You might get the last one, and that's it. You're not going to get everything previous to it because your scan starts working when you load it. Okay, just want to, and that's good for every others too, because people take my this race right here, and from my home page, and they load it right now, and they say, well, why am I not getting that top 10 list? Okay, and the reason being is that your top 10 list will be built from the time that you load the scan. Ah, the don't repeat. That was the problem, right? A long time ago, I had the don't repeat on. I wonder if that's still on my home page. Make sure the don't repeat is not there. Yeah, that might be it. So if you go to properties, click on properties, the box will pop up. Make sure don't repeat is not checked. For some reason, way back when I had that checked. Right. I should check. I don't even know if I made the change. Ah, you see, don't repeat is there. Yeah. Okay, uncheck it. I'm sorry. Yeah, from my home page. Yeah, I should get the gentleman who looks after my homepage to uncheck it. I had don't repeat symbol for 1 minute. Yeah. I didn't do that on purpose. I think I grabbed another scan that I was, and I just sort of modified it. So that's the reason. Yeah. So uncheck it. Okay. Note to myself to Rudy at Trade Ideas. He's the one who looks after my homepage. So change the Hulse resumes. Okay, guys. So this Jen is getting closer and closer to that daily high, 3150 or so. It's getting closer and closer. I am looking at this as a potential short. 3.5 million shares available, interactive brokers. Though the market's ripping right now, I mean, I'd rather take a short if the market starts pulling back a bit, but this is very strong so far. Or this one just kept moving higher and higher and higher. Well, I had the little pullback, and this is this AAP, the stock, and this is the way to play it if you thought it was going to keep moving higher. Still pretty expensive, but look at the volume it's got. Sorry, not the volume, but the room it's got, $46. Yeah, my bias hurt me again. The CIFG, $4 to short, 386. What was it? What's the spread like? Actually, the spread is pretty good, but it's coming into last week's low, not that far away. No, man, I thought this, oh my gosh, did I miss this? But this is Gen B, not Gen, Gen. I thought, oh man, I missed this beautiful short. But I'm looking at Gen. Nothing, there's no similarity in these companies at all, other than they start with Gen. Love to see a little bit of orange here, guys. I want to see if that blue turns orange, signifying that maybe the trend is starting to change. U. YOU. Wow, big pop here for YOU guys with the volume coming in. But it's coming right into the 200-day moving average, about $1 away from that. I can say overpriced pig, but doesn't mean I agree with you, but I definitely can repeat that. Yes. GEND. Well, 45, yeah, that was about a dollar drop from the high here for you, YOU. All right, guys, I'm going to take this short, okay? It's going to have a very tight stop. Looking at the Gen 1 or Gen on the 1 minute chart, there's a little bit of orange there, so signifying a bit of a downturn. I've taken this short, and I don't expect like a huge amount, but and if it gets back up to that high up here, I'm out, or even close. You don't have to do the same thing. What time is it? 11:37. I will not hold this through my break, so I don't expect it to be super dynamic. I mean, it's half a billion in the float, so I do not expect it to be super dynamic. And that came from my bouncers toppers, okay? There you put a little price alert underneath. This is more of a. It's Friday, August 28th, 2026. The time is 8:38 a.m. Pacific Daylight Saving Time. You are located in Richmond, British Columbia. Well, thank you for that. I don't know why that was activated. If you could hear the voice in the background. So, I mean, there could be some support right here at 10. Again, this is just a bit of a, just taking a fly, not a flyer on this, but I just wanted to see if this little top can drive it down just a little bit more. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, a little bit of a move. Maybe give me a little bit more, and I'll probably cover it. This is Hey Google, so I have no idea. I shouldn't have said that because now it's going to do something. I have no idea why that happened. Hey Google. Guys, look at Mara. Look at Mara now. With Bitcoin a little bit weaker, and then the miners, of course, were never really as super strong compared to what the other Bitcoin or the other crypto plays were doing. So Mara now, boy, if I weren't going on a break, I might short this one and put a stop at around 11. I mean, it's chasing it down a little bit, but it's through the 200-day moving average now, and that is from Mara. And the market is moving down a bit. Okay, the SPY is testing the VWAP. What's Riot doing? Yeah, so Riot's moving down also, and it's through the VWAP, but it is at least it's above. It's coming. I mean, it's above the 200-day moving average. Mara looks really interesting as a potential short, guys. Not saying to do it, but it's getting down below that 200-day moving average. The market is moving down. Bitcoin is moving down. Jen is moving down. That was one of the worst ones, William. The well, yeah, because look at that. I mean, is that the low? Big pop, but the PLAB was terrible. Very similar, yeah. Even PLAB was even more dramatic, but still closed near the low of the day. Got up to 38, closed down here at 30. Wow. Poe, you better not say I'm lucky. That was not luck. That was tremendous skill at finding this GEN short. Okay. It can't be just all luck. And I can't, you're going to give me credit? Okay. Thank you. Now it is 11:43. Well, I've still got some time, but I think I'm going to cover some right now just because it might stall at that whole number 31. I never thought it would get this low. Wish I'd taken more. No surprise fill today. No, I got the fill I wanted. Yeah, that was awesome yesterday with that was the luck. So again, that came from the bouncers toppers. Anything in orange is a potential top. Anything in blue is a potential bottom. But it's basically following the market. I mean, well, I don't have a 5 minute chart out, but look what the SPY is doing. 15 minutes straight down was down, trying to maybe hold on to the VWAP. If I put a 5 minute chart up here, I bet you it's going to look very similar. Yeah, so three red bars. Okay, so it's more or less following the market. Boy, if I weren't taking a break, well, 15 minutes. I don't know though. Mara looks so juicy right now. As a short, okay, as a short. No, my break is well, I've got to do a video, and I have my little workout routine. It's sort of a misnomer to call it a break. It's not like I sit, kick back and do nothing. I have to take our dog out. So I've got, in case you're wondering, I mean, I have Jen on my other monitor. Okay, I'm tracking it on my other monitor. I have a thumbnail chart. Every time Mara has a little pop, I'm just looking to see if this turns blue. And of course it is. I mean, the trend is still down. The wave is still, TI wave is still orange, meaning the trend is still weak. Let's see if Jen actually turned blue on the 2 minute. I mean, orange. Yes, you see? There you go. And a little sell flag. So the SPY now is starting to take out the VWAP, getting a little bit below the VWAP now. Yeah, as long as Bitcoin keeps moving down, I mean, Mara should keep moving down. And there's IBIT. Okay, had that very choppy. Well, choppy if you look at a 10. Let me. Funny, it looks a lot better on a 2. Just give me a moment. I probably have to. Yeah, pretty choppy on a 10-minute chart. But since here the 45 down to 44.60, fairly straight down underneath the VWAP. The low yesterday was 43.91, so 43.91 or so. It's got a little bit of room to that low. All right, guys, 11:50. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to put my announcement up. So I don't want to forget to put the announcement up. I haven't gone yet, of course, but I just want to put the announcement up. Okay, so I'll be on a break when I take the break. I'll be back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy if you'd like to. And Andy is with Trade Ideas. So, in case you guys don't know who I'm talking about, just another trader at Trade Ideas. Good idea to always, I think, anyway, while I'm on my break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We only have three guys doing that, so one of them doubles up for the week. Oh no! Don't tell me I got to shut down the room accidentally. I did not. Well, guys, here's the Sea of Red coming in here. So remember, just quickly, what this is telling you. It basically takes two competing scans. Okay, if I looked at the configure in both of these, they'd have similar price ranges, minimum volume, things like that, and then show me with those filter values met. If a stock meets all the filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, we see it in green. Okay, if it meets a new low of the day, makes a new low of the day, we see it in red. And you can kind of, well, makes sense. With the market doing what it's doing now, you should be getting more red than green. And that's on my homepage. They are not out yet in BC. No, that's going to take a while. We really didn't have any near Vancouver, so we weren't really affected. They were more in the remoter areas. So again, guys, if you the bouncer stoppers, if it's in blue, a suggestion. I mean, will this finally bounce? Now, for me, for me, a bounce will look a lot better if the SPY doesn't move down. No, we've never had any. The only thing we've had in Vancouver, and it was a couple of years ago, is when we had the heavy smoke. Not so much smoke, but haze, and it was pretty dramatic when you looked at the sun. The sun was orange, but we didn't have that this year at all. Guys, the Mara, inching its way down. All right, guys. Excuse me, guys. It's 11:55 now, so about 5 minutes, and then I'm on my break. So if you have any questions before I take my break, please ask away. How about the GRR? GRRR. One more R. Only reason I see it is I have that one thumbnail. What's the volume like? Not great volume. What's the spread like? Pretty good spread, actually. The next low looking left is 1367. So there is room underneath. Not a lot of volume, but the spread's okay. And it's all about how much room does it have. Yeah, the SPY's picking up a little bit more steam, guys, on the way down. It's still mildly positive. So the Qs are down a little, Dow's up a little, and the SPY is up a little. Was Iran an earnings play? IREN? Was that an earnings play? No, it was not an earnings play. Oh, wait a minute. I got the wrong symbol up. Yeah, IRN was an earnings play. Okay. Wow. I know somebody was mentioning it. I thought I'd heard them say or posted that it was an earnings play. I mean, it still has room on the way down. Looking left, look at the next low. Looking left, 32.34. So $3 to that low. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance or support if you're shorting it. And look, wow, straight down. Look at that 2 minute. Beautiful. A miss, and it's an overpriced pig. Okay. All right, guys, I better get my music off so I can hear when Andy shows up in our YouTube room. Here we go. Yeah, so this is showing up in my bouncers toppers. Again, you know, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you take the trade, of course, but IREN, they're suggesting it at some point. At some point, it might be a bounce. Now, the caveat is this: it's downbeat for a reason, and it's an earnings play, and obviously the market is reacting very poorly to it. So while it might bounce at some point, it still has that earnings overhead on it, as well as it's being an overpriced pig. And that's when Andy just heard me say overpriced pig. Okay, guys, I heard a little pop in our YouTube room, so Andy must be there. So, guys, I will see you in the main room in about 1 hour. I'll put myself on mute now. I'll put it on after I do my video. I'll put it on surf mode. Okay, so muting myself now. And no, Andy, I was not referring to you as being an overpriced pig. You might have caught just the
Oh
tail
man,
end.
yeah. I tell you, this market's making me feel like an overpriced trader, but
Yeah.
no.
Well, it's funny though. If you look at Vide Noir in the room, he asked me again because I don't look at the market quite the same way as you guys do, just more intraday. But do I think it's finally going to pull back? Who knows?
I know.
Spies at an all time, basically
Yeah.
not quite an all time high still. You put it you if you get a spy chart out and
Oh, I
look at the
know.
weekly and even the daily, the weekly, you would have thought maybe the week of June 22nd, when it was making another new, you might have thought, you know what, that's 3 weeks in a row. It's been down. Okay, that's got to be it. And then look
Right,
what
right.
happened from there.
Yep.
So anybody's guess.
Yes, it is. I mean, uh it's you know what? I feel like we are going to get a pretty hefty pullback. I really do, man. I'm just seeing a lot of stuff, really get hit. I mean, some of the major tech stocks is holding up the cues. And I start
Hmm.
seeing that action like Amazon. Look at Amazon yesterday on the daily, and then turn around
Yep.
today. I mean, it just rips. But I don't know. Uh, that's just the nature of the market.
Yeah.
But yeah, who knows? I mean, I think as long as you have this rotation, it's really hard to take down the market. You almost need a black swan event. You really do.
Right.
It just you just rotate into something else. Uh,
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of it is not necessarily based on fundamentals. It's just like it's like going to the Las Vegas. It's a casino, and especially with these low floaters. But you're right about the large cap stocks. I mean, I cannot believe like the range Micron has, with a
right.
several billion in the float, and look at Micron trading like especially if you take the company ETF.
Yeah.
So it's a lot cheaper. I mean, it is tremendous range every
Yeah.
day, seemingly, and that
Exactly.
never used to see that, never.
No.
But
No.
anyway, I digress. I better take my break. I got a video to do. I've got some workout to do, and I have to take my dog out. So better take a break
All right.
now.
Yes, Barry. You
Okay.
better do that. All
Okay.
right, man. Have
Thanks,
a good
Andy.
one, man. We'll see you.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. Oh man, this ABTC is getting away from me. Let's see. I thought I had to stop, but I guess I did. Oh, all right. Welcome to my desktop. Yeah, this market is ugly there. Reversal now. Qs are about to go to lows. Uh, I noticed a lot of your small cap tech was just getting killed, crushed today, even as the Qs ramped, to high. As a matter of fact, that's kind of what got me today. I had a few of these small tech companies that were holding up pretty well, but then the bottom fell out. So uh, other than that, it's been a you know, great trading month so far. But today, yeah, giving a little bit back. Yeah, you're getting a Bitcoin pullback right now. And the thing about this ABTC, I noticed it is just trading the beta in this thing, compared to what you get in Bitcoin. It's just like, well, like you look at yesterday, it had a nice move, when Bitcoin was strong. So, uh, but this is just one I really like for it to hold this low right here, because if not, it's going to go down and test these. I don't want to ride this thing down, below 50. That's for sure. I mean, I made some decent money on it, but yeah, if Bitcoin is going to roll over here and go to lows, take a look. Uranium was really strong lately, and look at the bottom fallout in that one. XRPI just kind of in no man's land right now. But IBIT's only down. Let's say you go down. IBIT's down 2.4%, and ABTC down almost 12%. So I'm trying not to panic out of this thing on lows. But yeah, it. Yeah, I'm watching these reversals like Nvidia. Nvidia is already through yesterday's low. It's not a good sign, after what was thought to be a really incredible earnings call. Uh, Intel, I was in that, and I actually got stopped out right there where that alert went off. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I don't like the way these things are not following through. Trying to see what else I got stopped out of. Oh, the data centers are just getting destroyed. Let's pull up my AI infrastructure. Well, I don't even have to pull that up. I mean, you just look at Irene. Just had an alert go off at this low over here. But yeah, not interested. Okay, a little bit of tail there in the Qs. Let's see what happens. The Qs, Amazon is obviously the leader. Still like Oracle. Oracle have been trading very well. I still like the way this is holding up, although we did just have a smash down right there with the market. Yeah, you know what, Trader 77, I sold some. My mistake was I sold some yesterday at 922 actually, but then I started loading back up again, at 8, and I probably shouldn't have done that, but we'll see. I mean, even though it's taken out a few days low, technically, it's still higher highs and higher lows. We'll see. Need for it to hold this level though. Really don't want to ride this thing down another 50 cents. Let's see. SpaceX, I've been trading well, but I've been doing a lot of scalping in that one. Same with Tesla. Don't have a lot of exposure. This one, you know what? I got stopped out of this one, I believe. No, I didn't. I believe it's at. Hold on just a minute, guys. I got to check something. Nope, it's at 78. But pretty nasty. UMAC had a nice bounce yesterday and then just totally reversed it. Let's take a look. Yeah, the nano nukes. SMAR has been basically looking like a barbershop pole. One day green, next day red. Let's see, IONQ. Yeah, it's just ugly, ugly in tech land. That's for sure. Unless you're, Amazon, Oracle. Yeah, the semis. Yeah, that. What's Marvell doing today? I know it had earnings. Yeah, it's pretty ugly, down 10% below its moving averages now. So got stopped out of a lot of things today. Luckily, I was using stops. Let's take a look at a bit. But still holding on, man. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, if this ABGC starts decoupling, that shouldn't pull back that far. It starts to decoupling, I may just have to kiss this thing goodbye. Looking at the sectors, we got VIX making a little bit of a move. Not much, but K-Web was kind of tried to gap up this morning. One of the alerts today was for BABA at 1790. I just wasn't interested. Did not sure. I wanted. Been a lot of crazy news coming out of China. It seems like, but I did like that setup. Getting down there, the bottoming tail next to the 50 like that on a bar reversal. I'm a little bit nervous too. I don't, not that I know that much about it or anything, but I have been seeing a lot, about these credit spreads, in a lot of these stocks that are really shooting higher, which I think can making a lot of people nervous. Mike C, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man? I haven't seen you around lately. You been too busy making money? Is that what came out of September hike? Possibly. Well, that will definitely hurt your small cap tech stocks. That's for sure. Microsoft don't care. Good night. I held that into earnings and had some nice profits, but I think when it broke down that day, I sold the rest. I should have been, it's okay to do that, but I should have been keeping an eye on it when it broke back through, bought it back. Oh well. Keel hurt me today. You been trading lately? And Bitcoin going back to lows. Oh, you haven't, huh? That's not like you, Mike. You're usually one to put in a few options every day. Let's take a look at Bitcoin real quick. See what it's looking like. It's XRP. It's a 15-minute. We'll put it on let's put it on the 4-hour chart here. Look at there, kissing its 50 period moving average on the 4-hour, and this key level here for Bitcoin. Yeah, I remember. I remember you jumping in some weekly options every day, or at least when you were in here, you would always mention them. That's what I'm doing. I've been waiting for that thing to maybe pull back some, and yeah, it's finally pulling back right to that 10 period moving average. Yeah. Gold getting hit too. There's Yeah. Notice Steve pointed it out to me earlier. The thing got really volatile. You got silver. What's the TLT doing? Nice little topping tail there. That is true. That is true, Trader 77. It might be with the weakness too we're seeing in Bitcoin as well. Yes, Razorback Texan, I could definitely help you with if you're trying to set up your trade idea screens. I'll also drop. I will help you, but I'm also going to drop some information to you about. And this is a good resource. You can come in here and go see Learning Center, and we have a video. Well, did I miss it? Yeah, getting started with layouts. So you go to this, and it'll kind of help you kind of walk through how you build your layout. But if you give me an idea about what you're trying to do, we can definitely help you out for sure. But I'm going to drop this in there for you because if you're just getting started, this is a great resource. Yeah, probably the best thing to do is to watch that first because if you have any questions, you can probably just jump straight to that video. If you have any questions, come back here and we'll tackle them for you. But uh, it's not as complicated as it sounds. I mean, once you get a toolbar up and you can start coming in here to the new tab and just building an alert window. If you don't know how to build an alert window in Top List, you probably want to watch that one first. I would, as a matter of fact, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I would start with the first video, the one on the far left, and just kind of move to your right. And they're not long; the videos aren't long, so you could, you know, bust through them in an afternoon, 2 or 3 hours, get a good idea. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And if you're watching them while we're in here and you have a question, just hit me up and I'll work you through it. Okay, Razorback. Bye bye. Have a yeah, and we're in here every day. So as a matter of fact, I'll be in here again on Monday because I'm switching with Chris next week. So yeah, and we're here every day next week. So just come on in. All right, gonna have to let at least half of this ABTC go if it does break down below that support level, which is knocking on the door right now. Oh, it's ugly. GDX. I've played around with it, Mike. You know me. I got my stuff built that I've had built for years, but I definitely played around with it. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool uh, uh, little feature. All right, let me go dive deeper into this Bitcoin here. Yeah, you broke through the 50 there. Now you're down here to this level. Uh, that's a pretty nasty move there. Look at that head. I was watching that head fake last night. So Nice area of support here. Take a look at the daily real quick. And look at the daily here. You're hitting the 10 period moving average as well. So it could be a spot. I mean, let's take a look. I want to make sure. Doing a little bit for a Friday. A relative volume above one is usually pretty high. And definitely you got 120, and that obviously can increase if we see some more selling. Tempted to maybe buy some IBIT. Throw a bid in there and see what happens. Not gonna small size. Probably should have had it in when it was approaching though. Yeah, already a big, pretty big tail in that thing. I should have. Yeah, let's see. It could go back down there pretty quickly. Amazon's holding up well. Microsoft on highs. I just don't want to play hero in this market. I mean, the Qs are barely down, so it's so crazy. And you got some stuff just getting killed, and the Qs are down 0.67, hitting their 10 period moving average as we speak. Yeah, yeah, those are all they kinda holding up Google doing well as well. Still like my Oracle. I really, really think this one has potential. Yeah, now I don't want that iBit. I should have had it in there as it was coming down. Let's see, is that Tesla on the 10 there or did it go through it? 10 348.26. Yeah, it kind of bled right through it. Yeah, I haven't played I mean Biddy in a while. I used to play it quite a bit, but the Bitcoin's been so strong. Oh, yeah, that's a nasty move. Silver even more so. Yeah, I better stand up for a while. I've been sitting. Yeah, yeah, especially with that where you're looking at here, right at that 10 period moving average there on a momentum instrument. Yeah, that's a spot. That's an ideal spot to pick some up. I wish I'd seen it earlier. TI wave. Okay, let's see if we can find a good example of TI wave. Let's take this Amazon, maybe a good one. And let's come up here and indicators, and we're going to turn on TI wave. Actually, I want it on the 15-minute. Are you looking at intraday trading or kind of swing trading? Okay. Well, Amazon was kind of a gap up. Now, I just something I don't use. All right, so be sure you read the. But from what my understanding, I think you look for. Uh, Boy, I tell you, I don't use this one. Somebody help me out. If I've just been a discretionary trader my whole life, so I've just uh, really not educated as much in this TI wave. But I know you're looking for like a cross. Uh, Not so much an average cross we have in here, but I think it's like when the color kind of goes from the orange to the blue. It's kind of indicates a crossover of some EMAs, certain EMAs for an intraday trade. And I guess it goes for the same as a daily trade too as well. But let me get a better example. I don't care. I don't like that gap up. What's another strong stock today? Maybe Microsoft. Well, this one changed a while back because it's been trending for a while. Oh, in the charts, you just right click. And so what do you like to trade? You right click and just go to time frame, okay? And you can go to 5 minute. Let me let me go to the doc channel bar. Hold on just 1 second. Don't we have a 15 minute? Yeah. You just right click in there and look at time frames and you'll be able to set it. Oh, I'm thinking of go no go. Hold on, something just chimed. Oh, I think that's that yeah, that's that one stop that I had in there. Okay, so you you do like a 15 minute. Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand the expanding, of these areas and the contraction of these areas. And that probably has something to do with it. But honestly, I'm going to have you send an email in because it's something that I don't use. I know a lot of people, do like it, and it's. I think typically when you're looking at it, let's see, put it on a 5 minute, see if we get more. Yeah. I think you're looking for like the crossover when the colors are orange, it's kind of in a downtrend and you got us, moving averages above a certain moving average. I think it's 8 and 5 EMA. I can't remember the exact ones, which it is, but when you do get that crossover is when you changes to a blue color. Okay. And that denotes a potential buy, when it does that. And I think as long as the trend stays intact, you're supposed to ride that momentum in something like Microsoft. Uh, so if you're an intraday trader, you may want to take it down to a 5 minute chart, because if you're on a 15-minute chart, a lot of times you may miss. Uh, like on a 15-minute chart, this one was triggered back over here, and it's been riding that for 3 days now in Microsoft. So you can still keep a 15-minute chart up for like your exits or maybe your entries on a candlestick once it does change that color. But I don't really know. Okay, it's a 5 and 12. Thank you there, Peppy. Uh, and these widening of the colors is probably just a measurement of the EMAs, the separation the EMAs are having, and then when it comes down to a different color, that means they're getting close together again. Does that make sense? But yeah, I would, if it were me and my day trading days are over, I would probably keep, because I do like a 15 minute as well, but I would definitely probably bring it down a notch to 5 minute, just so you can uh, see the entries, on a 5 minute level if you're day trading. But even on this Microsoft, yeah, it's still been intact ever since it crossed over right here. Something like this is good to maybe keep. Okay, well, yeah, when they cross the color changes, so your color changes right there. So something like this is good for helping traders stay in trades longer. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. I'm the same way. And what I would do back in my day trading days, I'd have a 5 minute on for the first maybe 30 minutes of the day, and then I'd switch to a 15 minute. But I hear you. Sometimes that 5 minute would get me out of trades too quick. So maybe, but I do. Let's see if we can find an example of maybe something that's been more active. Tesla. Let's look at it on a 15 minute and see if we got. That's probably all over the place. Okay, this is a good example. Going back to yesterday, you had that crossover in Tesla, and then it pretty much held that trend until it broke right here on this candle right here. Now it's obviously in a downtrend. It's ugly, one that maybe you could watch, but it's great for new traders. It really is. Me, I'm an old dog and can kind of see these things without even looking at it, but it's good stuff. Okay, we did get a 15-minute bar reversal on IBIT, so Bitcoin is trying to bounce. We'll keep these up and see in case we see anything as we look through some of our charts today. See, Baba actually crossed over yesterday. It's a good one this morning and work day. Crossed over, after the 15 minutes of trading. It's been performing well ever since. Take a look at my Oracle. Maybe I'll see a buy. Okay, so I had a crossover there in Oracle, but nice yesterday right here on the little pop. And I was in this coming into yesterday, and it had a nasty opening. But boom, right there, nice move. I did add some ABTC at 75 only because we're getting a nice little bounce in the. When I do this, I got to keep. This is when I really got to tighten it up. It's going to bounce here, or I'm gonna have to stop out of some. It did hold, that low going back over here as well. So we'll see if you can get a bounce now. Pulling up some of these charts to see if we get a color change. Let me put it on the 5 minute. That's what we'll do. Because on an entry, I'm kind of one who likes to be early. So on a 15-minute chart, you may get this kind of late, but we're going to put it on a 5 minute chart and see if we can get catch one of these changing colors pretty early. And actually, I'm kind of wanting to add some more Tesla anyway, so I may just actually do this in real time. Just add to my position as I get a 5 minute trade wave called TI wave crossover. Okay, we'll just do that. We'll bring it down even another notch to 3 minute. Ooh, I like it. Let's see, keep it maybe jump around here. Kind of like to see. We might not see one either. May just keep going, heading south. SpaceX was having a nice little bounce. See if we got one there. Close. Well, we're running out of time. We only got about 7 or 8 more minutes until Barry's back in here, so maybe we won't get one. I bet you we have no Amazon would still be. Looks like Tesla maybe. Okay, maybe we'll get one in the next bar here in the SpaceX. Ah, needs yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to need it for to get the crossover, but I know if you're looking at maybe some of our trade weight stuff in our market, our Market Explorer, I think I'm pretty sure that one needs confirmation of volume. But as far as the trade, the TI wave plotting, I think you'll still see it even if it has not no volume. But I tell you what, in this 3 minute chart, none of them's going off, and it looks like we may see some lower action. Something like this may keep me out of trouble. Sometimes I add too soon. Like for example, this ABTC probably. We're seeing a kind of a rejection wick in the spies as well in the Qs. Let's put it on the Qs. Yeah, not too much of a bounce here at all so far. Nothing. SpaceX surely should have one, right? And I don't know. Is that looks like we had a crossover, but it's still orange. What does that mean? Guess it's not official until the candle closes. Oh, even Amazon couldn't get one, got rejected. A lot of selling going on. What sectors are up now? The VIX is still no fear though. Really, I mean, gosh, the VIX is up 1 point. Well, I'm sure this is a. It's not the same as the real futures VIX. This is a pullback. Well, we'll see if the top of the hour brings anything, but not much. Not much of a bounce so far. That's for sure. Mr. Barry,
I'm here.
how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Hey, does college football start this weekend?
I think it's. Ooh, maybe we have a few games, but I know it's next week and following weekend. There's a lot of
Because
them,
I,
but
well, I was just in my little Twitter feed. They said first upset of the year. Some obscure college beat Northwestern,
oh,
and I
really?
don't know if
Oh,
yeah. So I
wow.
don't
We
know if
already
that
had
was from
action,
last
huh?
year.
Yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, some
interesting.
like Division 3 or something college beat Northwestern. So I thought, okay, well that Andy will like that. Not that particular result, but the fact that I guess college football's starting. And
Yes,
Go Aggies again,
yes,
right?
yeah. Go Aggies. They have a
Okay.
lot to replace, but they're building a good team over the last few years. They got a lot of good talent, but a lot of it's going to have to step in early because we lost. Gosh, we lost what 10 to the NFL.
Mm.
But yeah,
Well, that means it was a darn good program. If you lost 10 players out
yeah,
of how many? About 50, 60 players on the roster? Is that, or I know in college you can have like a million players, like nobody gets
yeah.
cut, right?
I'm trying to. I'm what? Yeah, I think it used to be 80. I'm not sure what it is now, but yeah, that's yeah. They
That's a
had
big
a
percentage though.
that was it was. They had a lot to
Yeah.
go. So hopefully they
All
can,
right.
you know, put some. They got transfer portal, which really helps. You can fill a lot of holes by doing that, and they did. So,
Hmm. Yeah.
uh, but anyway,
So you're
yeah,
not,
we'll have football soon, Barry. I know. We both look forward to that. So,
oh yeah. Get my Seahawks. I think they play, it's a whether a Wednesday or a Thursday. It's the first game of the year against New England. I thought it might have even been like a Wednesday instead of the Thursday night game. But anyway, that's
huh?
coming up. That's coming
All
up.
right. I'm looking forward to
Yeah.
it, man.
Yeah. Okay, Andy. Well, listen,
All
have a
right,
great
buddy.
weekend. And
Yeah,
we'll see
you
you
have a
next
good
week.
weekend too. Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Actually, you'll see me on Monday because I'm switching with Chris.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. All right,
All
cool.
right. We'll see you, buddy. Bye bye.
All right, guys. I think I'm in, recaptured the screen. Give me a moment as I get rid of the announcement, get my music going, and we're good to go. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Now, I did decide to hold on to the Gen. I sort of did a sprint with my dog, so I didn't have to worry too much about that. So I did decide to hold on to the short and Gen, and I obviously I traded some out, but boy, the break of the VWAP now is really, really helping. Of course, the market's helping too. And I nagged you guys about Mara. I did not take it. It was I didn't want to be in two trades while I was on my break, but the Mara, yeah. But I mean, the market's helping obviously, and you have to keep an eye on Bitcoin, my BIT. So as long as well, actually, it's interesting. Look at Bitcoin. Actually, had a little bit of a pop. Mara had a little bit of a jump, but not much. And again, I look at this as it's been explained to me now. It's not necessarily, it's not really a mining play anymore. It's more of a data center play. So anyway, that's Mara continuing, and the next low looking left is 992. So not quite a dollar to that low. So 102. Let's see. I looked at this Coney. Now this is of course how you can. You can buy this one if you thought Bitcoin was, or well, coin anyway, coin was going to be moving down. This is a 2 times short. Oh no, Monica. I was wondering where you were. I was saying, Monica, have you seen this one? Monica, have you seen that one? I thought you were ignoring me. Duo was one, not DUOT, but Duo. Duo. Let me see what's happening with Duo right now. I think it got close to $1. Yeah, you can see what it did. It got almost into $1 and then came back. Okay, 162. Well, okay, what I do is you can't, I don't have an actual screen of this to give you, but I have the individual scans. Okay, 162. So, first of all, can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do before I keep going? You're the one who asked. I'm a new premium user and would like to use this same screen. Okay, so I'm going to put my homepage link in, and there's where you're going to start. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, first of all, when you say you're a new premium user, does that mean you had standard before and now you've sort of upgraded, if you will, to premium? Or are you a brand new user completely? Because the reason I ask, if you're a brand new user completely, I'm going to actually direct you to the 12 short videos, but I just need a response. Are you a brand new user, not just premium, but you're a brand new user of Trade Ideas? 162. I saw PCG. I saw PCG. I haven't seen that one for a long time. Ah, okay. If you're a brand new user, before we begin, okay, I don't know if you've done this already, but if you click on my homepage link, it's almost mandatory you do this first, okay? I mean, I'll give you I'll show you the scans that I'm currently sharing, but if you go down to the education section, so scroll down a bit. Well, after you've clicked on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the more info, and if you have not done this yet, the back to basics, please do it. Okay, it's not going to take you long. It's about 12 short videos. You may not have, if you've already logged in, you don't have to do that, but for sure, okay, if you haven't done this already, please do this. It's 12 short videos. This is a software program. And like any other software program, there's a bit of a learning curve. So what we tried to do, sorry, not the back to basics right here, the getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? So if you haven't done that, please do this first. Okay, and I'll show you where I am sharing my scans. So you click on my homepage link and scroll down that middle section. So I don't share the actual layout. I allow you to cherry pick because everybody has different trading styles. Okay. So what you see here, so this race right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. But you know, this may not be what you want. Just because I've got this race here, if you don't understand what the race is all about, it may not be what you want. Okay. This is a upside versus downside movers. It's a different way of presenting our data. It may not be what you want. You know, the fact that I want to see this stuff doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be your trading style. The halts resumes. This is more of an information scan. It's just showing you when stocks get halted and then when they resume after the halt. And then this is my daily trend reversals. Okay. So everything you see here, you can have. And but the time frames of your charts. I mean, that should be somewhat personal. The fact that I want to have a 2 and a 10, a weekly, daily, monthly chart, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what you're going to want to have. But you should know how to load a chart, create a chart and then duplicate it for the different time zones you might want. And that's all in the in the 10 short videos. So I'm not trying to deflect your taking any of these, but just be aware that this happens to be my trading style. It may not be yours. Okay. And you keep coming back into the room and asking questions. And remember the program is called Trade Ideas. So just because you get an idea, these are ideas that have been generated from a scan. It doesn't mean that everything is tradable. The first thing I do is when I get an idea from a scan, I click on the chart, I click on the symbol, I check to see what the chart looks like, and then I make up my mind pretty quickly whether or not I want to trade it or not. But that's my trading style too. Some will look at something and maybe I say, well, I'm not going to take it, but they look at it and go, wow, I really like that, so they take it. I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. So that's what you're saying, William. So yeah, PCG hasn't really been in the news that. Okay, if you have an idea, so take a look at the videos because the whole idea of trade ideas is you can create your own scan based on your set of parameters. Maybe you have a price range you like to trade, a minimum volume that you want to see. If you use RSI or MACD or some of the other indicators, you can create your own scan based on your own set of parameters. And when I say it's simple in that you don't have to learn a programming language. So just to give you an idea, I mean, if I right click in this alert window and then I click on configure, then I click on search. So right at the very top here, these are all real-time alerts. These icons are real-time alerts. Very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. So what a person does is you create I'll just show you one here. So this is called up big yesterday, but down today. Okay. What is it looking for? Well, if I clicked on any one of these alerts, just give me a moment. If I clicked on any one of these alerts, well, I'd have to close, but I'll just show you. This is an idea. This is what I put together and said, okay, I want to see stocks between $1 and $60. This is if you're an intraday trader, this is a very powerful filter. The current volume, I'm using 3 here. What that means is it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. I want the volume to be at least 150,000 shares. The stock yesterday, oh, sorry, the stock today has to be at least 1% down from yesterday's close. But yesterday, it had to close at least 5% higher than the previous day, okay, 2 days ago. So it had to close at least 5% higher yesterday. Then this position in previous day's range. When I put 0 there, that means the stock has to be basically no better than the low of yesterday. It has to be at the low of yesterday or even lower than the low of yesterday. So you can see what we're looking for. We're looking for stocks that, see if we get a good idea here. Let me find another one. I just want the color to be, Okay, I mean, this is the idea of it, okay? So XRPT, there's the yesterday's candle, daily candle. It closed up at least 5% from the day before. You can see, there's the day before. So when it was up here, when it closed, it was up over 5% from the previous day's close. Today, to get the trigger, it has to be down at least 1%, which of course it is. And it also has to be below the low at the time of the trigger, below the low of yesterday. So what I'm trying to find here are daily reversals. I'm trading intraday, but I want to see, in this particular case, a stock that was up yesterday, but down today, as opposed to the reverse. XPON, even though now it's turning into a red bar, that was down yesterday. And at one point it was way up compared to yesterday's. So that's what it's looking for. But that's just an idea. That may not be what you want. It just happens to be that type of thing that I like to see. But that's the whole idea. When we look at so I basically just kind of use the new high and the new low of the day as my real-time alerts. But as you can see, there are all these icons represent all the different real-time alerts that you can have. Okay. And then when you go down here and you get to these icons, these are all the different filters that we've got. Now, again, if you're new, don't look at all this and say, my goodness, that's complicated. How am I going to learn them all? Well, you don't have to. Okay. The reason why we have so many is that when the company started, I think it was in 2003, they thought that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Because, there are programs out there, and there's early days, even now, you might have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they did was they said, okay, let's try to create enough different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that you say you've got some trading experience, you could find a way to combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. So you could kind of just go through these and say, I know what standard deviation breakout is. I kind of know that. And if you do, and if you're wondering about something, maybe you've heard about standard deviation breakout. You wonder, well, I wonder what that really means. So again, you don't have to do this for every one. We've got about 600 data points or 600 of these alerts and filters. You don't have to do it for everyone, but you might scroll down and see, I wonder what that really means. So if you left click, highlight it, and then you click on help, then you are going to get a very, very detailed, under like a whole, well, a detailed, all the detailed information about what it means to us anyway. Okay. And that's the same for anything you see here. But I don't mean you have to go through each one of them one by one to learn about them. Absolutely not. Yeah, just two signals today. Yep. Okay. So if you have an idea of what you want, then you can start to perhaps build it. And now, if you're looking for something, the best thing to do also, if I click into this alert window, and then I'm going to go back to that. Now, this time I'm going to search because you might say, well, okay, what do they have for RSI? Because I'm a real believer in RSI. So you type in RSI into the search, and that's what we have. And these are all filters, okay? So we have a 1, 2, 5, 15, 16, a daily. Now you might say, yeah, but I need the 20. Well, we don't have it. That's the price you pay for not having the ability to construct a scan with a programming language. They tried to create enough different, it's not going to satisfy absolutely everybody, but for the most part, our customers have been very happy with the ones we've created. And they found out, so maybe you don't have the 20, but okay, maybe find a way to use the 15. I'm just using RSI as an example. Stochastics. This is what we've got. The 5 crossing the 20, below 15, below and 60. We don't have, say, the 20. Somebody might say, I need the 7.5. We don't have it. You can't create it. Okay. Just so you know, that would be the limitation. But for the most part, you should be able to find a way if you've got an idea of what you want to monitor, then you could probably find a way to create the scan to give you what you're looking for. Now, if you have our premium service, here's the other thing, because if you have our premium service, you should. Well, the reason why you have our premium service, in theory, is because you want to have access to our AI. Are you still around? Okay. If you click on New from the toolbar, assuming you've downloaded the program and all, you click on New from the toolbar, and there are three that start off with Premium AI I'm pointing at right now, okay? There are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, that one right there. Click on that. When you do that, this is the window today. This is the window you would see today. And we only had a very late day for the AI, only a couple of alerts. This was a short opportunity, LPTH entry at 11:42, 10:95 now. So that would have worked. 73.90, 73.39, modestly working. 72.73. These are both shorts. Okay. But that's what happens. What I would do is I would load this window and make sure it's part of your layout, because the earliest alert you'll get in the AI is at 9:40. Notice the first one was at 9:46. That's the earliest. So if you load trade ideas before the 9:30 open, this window will be blank, and you just basically wait for the alerts to happen. Now, how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you, though. But there's nothing for you to do, in terms of, well, how do I create it, or what filters do I use? This is just these stocks. Well, whatever meets the filter requirements will appear here. Today, hardly any stocks met the filter requirements. So that'd be like my saying, you know, um, we may get a day in the daily trend reversals that there will be very few stocks meeting the filter requirements. We don't know one day to the next. The filter requirements, and then the trigger in this case, are there a new low of the day, a new low or a new high of the day? We don't know from day to day what stocks are going to show up in here. And sometimes you'll have a day where you're very, very light. Just the conditions, whatever the market's doing, are not conducive to getting a lot of alerts. Well, I didn't take any of the trades. So I can answer that. I didn't. The only trade, I'm still in this one, which has turned out to be a great little trade. That came from my bouncers toppers. Okay, the Gen. I got in, I think it was 11, 11. I wish, no, I think I got in, it was 30 at 21. Okay. This was from my bouncers toppers. And so the high, what was the high? So 30.21. So my stop was going to be very close to the high of the day, 31.30 in that particular one. And I've taken some off, before, but now I'm just going to keep writing this down. And this is how I'm really using the wave to my advantage, because there's no question in my mind I probably would have been out of the trade, right around here because of the little pop up. And then the Mara that I didn't take, but I was talking about before I went on my break, I say, well, you know what, guys? We broke down through 11. We're under the VWAP. IBIT is moving down. Though again, people keep telling me this is more of a data center play than a crypto play, pure crypto play. But it's, a lot of people might look at this and say, well, it's still a crypto miner. But why would I have taken it? Because when I looked left, look at the room it had, 992. So had I not been taking my break, I probably would have taken this stock right around 1090 on the short. Yeah, yeah, you can. My stop loss. Well, my stop loss. Well, if I first of all, it's not that I would necessarily agree with. Had I taken this trade that is short, and what was it at 1142? So I probably wouldn't have taken. I would not have taken it there. I don't know what the VWAP was at the time, but I probably wouldn't have taken it there unless it broke down through the VWAP. Number one, and then if I'd taken it on a VWAP break, I may have put my stop just above the VWAP. So I wouldn't necessarily be looking at the AI had a stop at 1180. Would I have had a stop at 1180 on that? Probably not. But that's just me. And so once I know how much I'm willing to risk on the trade, be it $100, whatever that number is, $500, then that's going to share size me. Well, I don't even know what my AI setting is. I have no idea. I don't understand. I just look at this. I don't know what my AI setting is. It's probably 100, but I don't follow it. Okay, because remember, we're not auto trading this, so don't even know where it is anymore. In the tools must be in options. AI trade size. But I don't follow this. Okay, I'm. This is $5,000 a trade, but do I follow this? No, I don't. I don't even know. You could have done shares. So I don't follow this at all. Okay, it doesn't really matter what my AI setting is because I don't follow that. Well, there's 100 shares a trade, 100 shares, but that's not how I trade. I wouldn't take 100 shares every trade. It would all depend on where my stop is, the distance between my entry and my stop. Okay. Well, just showing up now. That's NVIDIA, isn't it? The short for NVIDIA. Well, it's probably a little late. I mean, the reason we're seeing it now is because it had to take out the high of yesterday. Okay. Yeah, it has to take out the high of yesterday. So the high yesterday was 892, 1892. So that's when we got the alert. I mean, does it still have room? Sure. But do I want to take this now? I mean, if I suppose if the market continues to move down, again, for those unfamiliar with this, this is a 1.5 times short of NVIDIA. So if you thought the stock NVIDIA was going to keep moving down, you could buy this and you'll get 1.5 times the move. So if NVIDIA, the stock, moves down 1%, this will move up 1.5%. But if NVIDIA, the stock, moves up 1%, this is going to move down 1.5%. So you understand. And now there are just a ton of what I call anyway, company ETFs. This had to be one of the first ones. It's a way, and why would you do this? Well, Nvidia, the stock, is $218. Some might look at that, go, I don't want to trade stock like me. I don't like trading stocks that expensive. So even though I understand, I mean, the percentage move is the percentage move. I just have a psychological barrier in my head. I just don't want to trade stocks over $100. So now, most of the time, when you see these company ETFs are way cheaper than the stock itself. Now, the thing I wouldn't do is hold them overnight. Not that I'm a big hold overnight guy, but if I thought, I want to swing NVIDIA, would I swing the long version of it, the NVDL? No. I actually didn't talk about it, Monica. It just happened. Yeah, I mean, it just happened 27 minutes ago. Don't get too many late ones. Most of the alerts. I mean, look at this. Let's take a look here. Most of the alerts are within the first hour of the market open. We're at a few afterwards, but most of the alerts in that scan are in the first hour. And you can see, well, one of the reasons is because if a stock hasn't taken out yesterday's high, and that was very late to do, for the NVDS, it had to go keep going higher and higher and higher, and finally took that out. I'm just going to ride the Gen down. I mean, the Gen GEN is giving me way more. See how that still an orange wave on the way down, and the next low looking left is I mean yesterday's low 29.49. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean it's still a ton of room. Oh, that was for so we couldn't trade that. Okay, KXIN. Now that was one that, yeah, I mean that was early. It got up to 107 and then it popped to 130, but then it came right back down to 97. So that was a tough one. You can see right here, it popped up and then came right back down. So yes, interesting. It did reclaim a dollar and yeah, it went higher. But what Monica is saying is those of us with interactive brokers, that that brokerage firm, has determined that we are not to trade certain securities. It's that simple. They're trying to keep our well. What do you think? Too short. I mean, obviously, I mean it's been feeding its way down, down, down. I mean, remember now, I'm in up here. I've covered some, but I'm up here at 31.21. So chai. See that one. Now here's a great example of different trading styles. See, I don't look at stocks under a dollar at all, and but there are people in the room that love them, and but I've got an aversion to anything under a dollar. Is it rational? Probably not. Look at the volume, 229 million shares. Now, interesting. Maybe on Monday, I'll put a price alert here, just over a dollar. Let's see. Maybe on Monday it comes back and starts to have another run, like it did on this day. That was on June the 8th. Had the big run, but it got up to what, $4. But look where it closed. Closed at $1.30. So it could not even remotely hold its gains from. Oh, that's weekly. That's weekly. Excuse me. We'll leave it on the week, okay? Could not hold its gains at all. Gold Go, AUGO. Okay. So you're saying that, well, there's the VWAP way up there, around $85. So What are you going to do today, William? Are you going to keep your room open after I leave a bit, or are you going to shut it down when I leave? Three-ish again. Okay. So why I ask that question to people who don't know, I typically leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always staying later if there are questions. But if there are no questions, I tend to take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Yes. And but what'll happen is William will keep the room open till 3. YouTubers, I have to shut you down completely. There's nobody there to monitor it. So, but I can keep this room open because William can monitor it. And I'll keep my layout up and running still, and I'll put it on surf mode. Okay, so it will still be of some interest to keep in the room. Is it my imagination, William, or is it? Are you getting a lot more postings since you've been doing this, or is it my imagination? Because I'm usually still around. Seems to be that there's a little more action, like people conversing in the room. So again, putting it on surfing mode, what it'll do is it'll cycle through all the top list windows that you have open. And it'll take the top three as you've sorted them, load them automatically into the charts, into a chart. I'm waiting for it to get to the AI. I'll show you what I'm talking about because it also goes to our AI. And you can tell where it is. It's at the pre-market actives down. Just waiting for it to cycle through. So what it does is it takes every single one of your top list windows, cycles through the top three as you have them sorted. Once it's done that, it goes to the next one, then the next one, etc. It'll also look at our AI. If you have the AI, it'll go to the well, there's only two, but it'll take these two, load them automatically. And once it's gone through all the ones you have open, it'll start the whole process over again, right from the beginning. And of course, the top list windows can really change in terms of the sort order on the top three. So it's not necessarily you'll get the same stocks all the time. So why would you do that? Well, sometimes it's just kind of fun to kick back and let the system load charts for you. Now, just waiting for it to get here. There you go. So see how LPTH? It's just loaded LPTH, and then it'll go to CYTK. Okay. Now there are only two, so obviously you can't do the top three. And now it's finished with that, and it goes to another one. Pre-market actives up. So why would you even want to do that? Well, sometimes it's fun just to kind of kick back, let the system load charts for you automatically. And then if you saw a chart that you thought, whoa, I want to see that one, you go to the chart. Okay, you can go right to the chart and that'll stop it. Okay, it'll stop it from surfing. Then you can take a look at the chart, a little more detail, and then make up your mind. Yeah, I either want to or don't want to trade it. And you back off the chart and the surfing continues. And this is just a toggle on and off. Currently idea surfing. If I click on it, paused. So if I click on it again, it'll start. And the other way to stop it is just by literally clicking on a symbol too. If I click on a symbol, then that'll stop it. But typically, you're just sort of sitting back and they go, "Oh, I like this one." So you go right to the chart, take a look at it, and you make up your mind if you want to trade it or not. Instead of if you had all your top list windows side by side and click the first one, click the second one, click the third one, onto the next, click the top three, right? You're clicking them one. You just let the system load it for you. All right. So if there are any questions, good time to ask. I'm just sort of sitting on my Gen short still, GEN. No big reason to completely get out of the trade yet. Though this is, that's the first little glimpse of blue we're seeing here. Okay. So that means, the trend on the 2 minute is maybe starting to change a bit. William, my gym shorts, my Gen. I know. So what I'm waiting on this one, I want to see whether or not this takes out. If it this is just a momentary, like this is a yeah, it's turned green, blue, but it's not like it's a strong blue, like a big fat wide blue wave yet. So I'm just going to wait a little bit and see whether or not that's just a momentary blip up and then a resumption on the way down. If it continues, if I get another green bar moving up here, I'll probably cover the rest of my position. My CC, you're talking about my compare count subtitle text? I don't know what you mean exactly. This, you're talking about this? This is a compare count window, movers upside versus downside. But what do you mean does not seem to be active? You have to give me just a. I know you're at work. You're trying to be quiet, okay? But you can just type quietly. You're not talking about this one, right? Oh, my text for my speech. Oh, the closed caption. Oh, I see. I even forget we have that. I'm not even sure how you activate that. Somebody had to tell me that that happened a few months ago. The developer of the room. Really? Oh, I see. Um, how do you activate it? Somebody? I'm not sure where it is in this. So you click the speaker icon. This, well, you guys have a spell right there. Okay, subtitles on. So I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything. So what Pepe is saying, just click the speaker icon right there, and that should activate it. Originally found it, I found it right here. Um, one of the very few, this is my bouncers toppers. Okay, so this is looking for stocks that might have finally run out of steam on the way up. Very few today. Okay, everything in blue here are potential bouncers, but I mean, this is one of those days where the market. I mean, the market. It's not like the market is tanking, but things are just selling off. So that's where I found it. This is this is the two strategies. So that's where I found it. You can see how I've color coded a potential topper means something that may have finally, topped out, and very few today. beginning of the day, a few, but very few otherwise. The rest is just a sea of blue, which is, potential bounces. But, you need the market a little bit on your side, for a bounce play to work. And when I get the alert, it doesn't mean I just take the trade immediately. What I do is I start. I think the reason I took Jen, there was another reason. I had a price alert set up here, 30. There was another reason. It might have been could have sworn I saw a high. What signals that specific alert? So this is a scan, okay? So these icons are all ands. So what I mean by that, the stock has to be between 1 and 60, and the current volume has to be at least 3. See, right now, it isn't. But at the time of the alert, it was. The relative volume is now dropping, but it's okay. At the time of the alert, though, the volume, of course, 150,000 shares, that's nothing. Down at least 1% from the previous day's close. Up, had to be up at least 5% from yesterday. And it has to be below. Something's going on here. Just give me a moment while I reanalyze this. Yeah, give me a moment because I'm glad I saw it, but ah, okay. This is one of those usually. So the trigger was a new 5-minute low. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I was looking at this one. Okay. Oof, I got a little. This is what it's looking for. Okay. The price is. Oh, man. What I was looking at this one, showing this one, and I was thinking, well, wait a minute. The filters were not satisfied. This is what it was looking for. So the stock had to be between 1 and 100. Current volume is only one. I put this in. It's the only one I really use that I don't have outstanding relative volume, but that's why. So there's 1.55. Not, but this is what it's really looking for. Five 5-minute candles up in a row at least. I only have a 2-minute chart, but if I looked here, it would be 5-minute candles in a row up. Had to be above the VWAP. RSI had to be at least 78. Okay, so when you look at these three filters, a lot of people will look at that. Okay, this stock is getting to be a little bit overbought. That's the whole idea of it. So I want to get an alert at the new high of the day because maybe now it's finally topping out, or a new 5-minute low, either or. Okay, so that's what it was looking for. If I change this to a 5-minute chart, you'll see it. You can see easily it had at least 5-minute candles up at the time of the alert. Okay, so that's what it was looking for. And so when all the filter values are met, then this was a real-time alert. Okay, a real-time alert, 3124 at 11:31. But you can see that it alerted. The first alert was at 11:16. Then it happened again, 11:21, filters are met. Okay. So it was really not moving that much. And that really helped me too determine, well, it looks like it really has run out of steam. Between 11:16 and 11:31, it only moved, 3 or 4 cents. But there's no question that the market helped. Okay. The market helped. And the market moving down certainly helped. And that's why I always have my SPY chart, glancing at my SPY chart if I'm going to take a trade. That is a little more like these guys here, they don't care. They don't care what the market's doing. These are just wild stocks, big percentage moves sometimes. KXIN doesn't care what the market's doing, as an example. Okay. Oh boy, end of a long week. Oh, I know. I saw somebody ask, "Is the market closed on Labor Day?" Yes, it is, but it's not this Monday. This is the latest Labor Day can be, of course. Let's see. Well, it's the first Monday in September. The first Monday in September. So that sounds like it's probably September 7th. It's the first Monday in September. Oh, good. Nice, 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 William. So Monday is August 31st. So that's why it's the latest it can possibly be. So Pepe, I think, successfully weaned myself off Celsius, but unfortunately I've got about five of them in the fridge. So shall I put them on eBay? No, that was just a drink from my thermos of water. The phrase that I never tire of. Who the heck still uses eBay? Okay, guys, 152, so getting close. Well, I don't know. I'm when I leave, I'm gonna be hanging around, but there's no reason to get out of my entire position yet for GEN. See how that wave just sort of flattened out. Yes, it turned a little bit blue, but nothing dramatic. And now it looks like we're going to just continue down a bit. Even though the market, you see, this is encouraging because the market is starting to pop just a little bit on the five. This is still moving down a bit, so it may start to trade a little bit more on its own. Well, look at the gap now. I tried to short that one earlier. I made a pittance on it, but not really exciting. I mean, a little more exciting now. Still up for the day. It was an earnings play. I liked it because it broke down through the 200-day moving average, but didn't really have the catastrophic drop that I was hoping for. I have for those of you who follow baseball at all, I probably worth not much, but certainly was an excellent player. I have a Frank Thomas poster that's still in the tube. It has never been opened. The big hurt. Wonder how much that would go for. I know he should have had a lot more recognition, in my opinion, but I'll put it on eBay and see. Ah, wow. Yeah, unbelievably, after the Blue Jays, the White Sox are my favorite team. Go figure. Fake. Buy a little leprechaun or something and put it on your desk. All right, guys, 157. So just a few more minutes to go, unless there are questions, of course. So Duo will not show. Monroe earlier in the day, I think was yeah, Monroe earlier in the day was showing up on the short side, but now it is turned around, and that's MNRO. Another cheap, I mean, they've been around for, I want to say the early 1900s, maybe the late, oh, I'm surprised. I thought it would earlier than that. 1957. I thought it would have been earlier than that. Monroe makes shocks. But just I mean, almost a lifetime low. 2.4% red, almost a lifetime low. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any questions, so I think I'm going to pack it in. So for the YouTubers, I'm going to shut you guys down right now. We'll see you guys. I'll be on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 on Monday. So have a great weekend, YouTubers.